And we're live. Welcome everybody. How are you doing? I'm back. If you missed the last few days on the Discord, I actually was sick for a bit. You can maybe see my throat is still a little, my voice is still a little affected, but I'm fine. I caught a flu, or not a flu, something lighter than that, but yeah, I'm fine now, so that's good. And Bean is with me. Regular beat yourself. Yeah, it's growing back. Seen that? I trimmed it here. It feels a little more put together now. It still needs to grow a little bit on the sides, but it's nearly there. It's grown back quite fast. Val's body fought a valiant battle against the tiny body invaders. Now I spent the weekend out in the village at my grandparents' old house, and it was wonderful. Had a great time. It's what I've been doing mostly for the past few weekends. But when you're sick and you're in this cozy little village home with a fire going on, it's like, oh, it's so great. Especially because it's been cold. I almost asked if you had dengue. No, I think I just caught a cold at the hospital last week because I went to visit a family member. She's fine. It's an aunt of mine. Nothing to worry about, thankfully. But yeah, I went to visit, and I think I probably caught a cold there because it kind of lines up, It was just a few days before. And Bean is here. Look at him. I put Bean Cam a little higher up today, and hopefully it doesn't fall because it's sort of, precariously put here. But hey, let's hope Bean doesn't try to jump on it or shake the table and this falls. It should be fine. It's never done that before. Hey Primordium, welcome. And yeah, hi to everybody. Sorry, I forgot to say hi. Siphon Cryptid, Sora, Rose, Lilith, thank you for the bits. Hey RGV. Hey Hammy, who got a million notifications on Twitter. I'm sorry. Because I reposted the commission I did for them. Hey Michi, Gravel. And if I missed anybody, wait, hello everybody. If I missed anybody, hi. Today, we are going to work on the facade a little bit more. I'm going to explain a bit what the facade is, the first series, and what we have of the second series to get you up to speed. But he just spread his toes. That was really, really cute, Bean. Look at Beans. But yeah, today's topic is going to be a missing child milk carton. So, you know how in the US, and this part of the series takes place in the US, you know how in the US they used to do this thing where they would put the faces of missing children on milk cartons. Apparently it was completely a completely useless program, and they found no missing children through that. But it was a thing that was done for many years, and I thought it would be a really nice way of putting one of the facades, a photo, but it's slightly stretched and wrong in a milk carton. I think that would be quite interesting. The facade brought home the milk.
I'm going to be growing beans at work tomorrow.
Beans.
I've got pots, bags of dirt, and a bag of dried beans.
Hell yeah.
Let's see how well this works.
Can you dedicate one to Bean? To the biggest bean of them all? What color are Bean's beans? Black. Oop. Black. Yeah, he's a Siamese, so anything that's on the tips of his body, like the tail, the beans, the nose, it's all dark. It's black beans. It's frijoles. It's Mexican frijoles. That's why I call him frijol.
Add a name tag that says frijolito for the king of beans, or bean.
Thank you. Thank you. Put some googly eyes on there, if you can, too. Just watching. Okay, so, the facade. I assume a lot of people who are, who've been here for a long time, who've been following for a long time, are pretty aware of what the facade is, but let me just get a show of hands. Who is not familiar with the facade in
We
chats?
actually have googly eyes, so this will be happening.
Hell yeah, Hammy. You can send me a photo once you do. The facade was Sapphin's first stream. Hammy does not know the facade. Okay. Okay, so let me first hold on. Gonna go to my own website and show you. I should have prepared this beforehand, but I forgot. Thankfully, it's pretty easy to find. Okay. So, the facade. There we go. The facade is a collaborative project with Luke Baker, who you should all go follow. I'm gonna link to his Twitter. There you go. Go follow Luke. Great artist, really cool style. And we decided to do a little take on a doppelganger together. You can already see the first video here looping. So this is our take on a doppelganger. Its name is the facade, which comes from French. And, you know, in English it can mean like a facade you put on, like a fake front, right? It's actually, you know, the facade of a building. You know, that's where the word comes from. And it has the same root as like face, for example. So, you know, it's like a fake face. Anyway, the facade is like a pseudo-historical recap of a doppelganger and all of the identities it has taken over the years. So we go through throughout the years, kind of jumping back and forth through the timeline and seeing what this thing has been up to and with identities it's taken and how it was found out and how did it escape. Okay, so let me change to a song that is a little bit less. Okay, what's a good narration song? Okay, so 1865, a photographer reveals his latest invention to the French Emperor's court, the portrait tournant. One of the portraits shows, which means the turning portrait. One of the portraits shows Baron Renard de Sévigné. It was deemed defective. Unbeknownst to them, the one in the photograph was not Renard. The facade disappeared in 1895. Then we jump to 1960. A six-year-old kid in Chicago is admitted to the Lurie Children's Hospital after a panic attack. She claims there is a monster pretending to be her mother. Her records show another panic attack at age 23, thought to be at the same time when the facade chose a new victim. We have the monster who pretends to be Mummy. 1896, we go back in time to the identity right after this one. During the X-ray craze, people buy machines to show the strange radiation to party guests. This was a thing, by the way. Rich people would, when they hosted parties around this like turn of the century time when the X-rays were discovered, obviously they didn't know about radiation being bad at the time. It was like a cool party trick. So they would hire or rent an X-ray machine, and they would have party guests take like X-rays of their face or of their hands, and it was, oh, you can see the bones inside, you know, it's kind of a novelty. Anyway, in one such event in Hamburg, financier Franz Mansfeld had these plates taken, revealing him to be the facade. He kept the print a secret until he vanished during a trip to America. So now we set up that around the turn of the century, it moves from Europe to America. 1977, jump a lot further out into the timeline, a report to the Chicago PD. I swear he ate her. They were fighting. She lunged at him. It was a blur. Then she was gone. And here he was, swollen, down on the alley floor. His face was shifting. The report was not investigated. The facade's current location is unknown. Here we have the police sketch. It's only one guy, yes. We've been following the same doppelganger as it changes identities. From the fake building fronts that they paid to put up to make streets look better, yeah. I hate it when I get an X-ray for fun and it reveals that I'm the facade. Yeah, we have to assume that the facade obviously didn't know what an X-ray was either, and was like just curious and decided to take a print of its face, and it revealed that, you know, it was also like messed up inside. Anyway, we go back to 1849. This is just a few years before the initial sighting in 1865. Last page of Renard de Sévigné's note, which is the guy in the first picture. Years ago, I found the shifting skull while exploring the Paris catacombs. I have studied its mysteries since. How does it keep transforming? Is it alive? The answers must lie in the marrow. For this experiment, I will break it. And, you know, breaking the skull, which was the facade, allowed it to take over this guy's body, and then it just continued going on, and every time it was found out, kept jumping into a new body. And we see how it jumps into a new body, this bit here. I swear he ate her. They were fighting. She lunged at him. So when this witness is talking about she, it's this lady, the monster that pretends to be Mummy. Well, it's a facade pretending to be her. Right? She lunges at the other guy, and then all of a sudden she's gone, and the guy like eats her. Right? She gets into this guy's mouth and takes over his body and changes identities. It all started with the French. Walking the rainbow dog. Hey, Mactel. Do they even do missing posters on milk cartons anymore? No, but it is going to be set up in the time where they did. Does the facade gain the victim's memory? Yes. Yes, it pretends to just keep on being them, you know? When it gets found out, it screams like an invasion of the body snatcher aliens. So, the second part of this series is going to be taken over from 1977 into the present. The reason we stopped in the 70s is because we never wanted to show the facade directly, and you can see it how we very carefully picked how the facade was depicted throughout these pictures. The most clear look we get is this one, and we never see it from the front. We just see like the face shifting and eyes popping up. So with modern cameras and modern technology, it's a little harder to show the facade without showing it directly. But we have figured out a few different things, interesting ways of depicting it, where we can sort of get away with the having modern technology and still not showing it directly. So we're basically picking up from the 70s, and we still haven't exactly figured out. I'm gonna pull out the little timeline I got. Hold on. I think I got it somewhere here. So we have like a few ideas. We still haven't exactly set them up in the timeline, so we could move these around. But one of them is what we're gonna do today, is a milk carton with the distorted face of a child. With this, we set up that when the facade mimics a child, it's not really good at it. So it's like it has too much body mass to put into to become a child, so it keeps like glitching out, basically. So the idea is that the facade had no option, and it had to like take over the body of a kid to escape because they had been found out. And what this looks like to people is this child like one day disappears and the next day comes back wrong, right? It looks the kid looks different, and it's kind of like a medical mystery, right? And then a few months later, since the facade is like being suspicious in this form and it's kind of panicking, like it needs to get out, just a few months or a few weeks later, the child jumps back into a different body, escapes. And you know what this looks like to the child's family is we had our kid, so one day he disappears, he comes back wrong. We take him to a doctor, it's nothing like, we have no idea what's going on with him. And a few months later, suddenly he disappears again. So they put his face, his wrong face, in the milk cartons to hope that people can recognize him. Having a camera in your pocket at all times has made classic horror tropes obsolete. Yeah. Also, I think it's more fun if we like never directly show the facade, because it makes you, you know, it's only shown indirectly. It makes you paranoid of like who could be the facade. Hey, Gabble. So that's one of the ideas. That's what we're going to be doing today. But we have a few other ones, like maybe a doorbell camera, one of those that have like the fisheye lens, where there's someone on the side, just like caught on the side. But that one might be hard to find pictures for. And the funny setup for the second part is that it's going to recontextualize this first one a little bit, and also it's going to lead up to the current nowadays like victim of the facade, because all of this second part is going to be shown through items and things that have been found at the house of a conspiracy theorist, a person who was onto the facade, who had been seeing all these little bits of evidence floating around, and with the conspiracy theories mind, it was actually putting them together and was getting closer to the truth, although like a distorted version of the truth, a more conspiracy minded version of it. But the facade is seeing this and sees it online, that someone made a blog detailing a bunch of its previous identities. So the facade at the end of the story, like we're seeing all these little parts, like the child with the milk carton, I don't know, the doorbell camera, all the like more current identities of the facade. The facade, who's way more paranoid nowadays, because people can take out photos anywhere, seeks out this person and gets him, and he's the last victim. Yeah, Bean is really long today, yeah. Just lying down in a weird way. With the facade, and I took this personally, yeah. So one of the pieces in the facade, this is one that Luke's gonna draw. Still doing this with Luke, by the way, as if it wasn't obvious. One of the ones Luke's gonna draw is gonna be his own, the conspiracy theorist's own drawings of it on the website. So we're gonna have like an old school blog. There's gonna be a sidebar with like buy my books. It's gonna be like the guy with his books. And the one piece I have done from this, gonna show it. I think I got it in my desktop. Sorry, it's been a while since I made it, so. Where did I put this? Here. Hold on, I'll put it in the desk, this. Okay. The one piece I made so far is this, which is going to be the last sighting of the facade. The one piece. This is the conspiracy guy. Well, the facade after taking over the conspiracy guy, leaving his house and disappearing. So we're gonna have like the end, the last thing, the last post is gonna be this guy's missing, and we're going to show like last sighting was at this time through his CCTV camera as his house was burning. And let me remove Bean from here. You can see there's some flames in the corner. So obviously the facade went to this guy's house, took over his body, and burned it down. So everything we're going to be seeing, all these pieces of evidence, are kind of like the police investigation, like the police gathering all the little evidence that survived, all the tidbits that made it out of the fire. So I might have one picture where at the end, and it's like a bunch of the items that we've seen throughout the series. So there's like the old notes with the old drawings with the shifting skull, and there's the X-ray print and a bunch of the like physical pieces of evidence. They're gonna be laid down. Like some of them are a little bit burned and singed and stuff, and they're all laid out like evidence that survived the fire. Arsonist facade, yeah. The facade walked into a forest and lived happily ever after. You wish. It needs to change. One of the things about the facade is the longer it takes over a body, the more it starts glitching, right? So it gets paranoid, and the last thing it wants is for people to know that it's not a human. So it gets paranoid and it starts, hiding away and finding new people to attack. Or if it's like desperate, it'll just go on at a random person and take over their body just to escape suspicion if they are found in like compromised. I'm so nervous. If you were a monster in a human body and you have already been killed for it. Remember, this guy was found in the Paris catacombs. Its skull was. So, yeah, the facade is obviously paranoid of people finding out and killing it again. We also have, and this is a plan for maybe in the future, but having a backstory to how the facade was first killed. Our working story with that is that it's, hey Anna, how you doing? What if we treat the facade with joy and kindness? Maybe it would like that. I can fix him. I can fix him. Romantic. So okay, the backstory for the facade appearing in the Paris catacombs is that back in the Middle Ages, it was in a monastery. It was a monk in a monastery, or had taken over like the body of a monk, and it was found out. And when they found out that it was a facade and it was like a dangerous thing, they locked him in what would become the catacombs of Paris, which was just a bunch of galleries dug in underground for quarries to build all the houses in Paris. So they put him in one of these quarries and locked him in, and basically walled him in, and just left it out to die, because it was like, this is a monster, we can't kill it through conventional methods, right? It'll keep coming back. So they lock it down in the Paris catacombs, and that's, hundreds of years later. Well, later on, yeah, hundreds of years later, they put all the dead bodies from a few of the Paris cemeteries. They put those in those quarries, and those become the catacombs. Then the catacombs are forgotten, and hundreds of years later, again in the 1850s, they find it again. And whoever was first exploring these catacombs must have seen the skull of the facade, or one of the, Renard de Sévigné, who found it, was just exploring the catacombs, stumbled upon this skull, thinking it was like part of the catacomb, but it was actually like put in there way earlier. That's the working story we got for the backstory, but it's still like, it would have to be developed, and I don't know. I see you're facetting. We are. Almost done with the exams? Hell yeah, and good luck. I'm in the new studio, and this is... you could call it a studio. It's my childhood bedroom. I am spending a couple months here at my parents' because my partner went to Madrid to do a rotation there, a surgical rotation. And since I was going to be home alone for a few months, I didn't really want to. I figured I might. I just changed my computer, so I took the old one, packed it up, and brought it here to my parents, so I can have like kind of a second workspace here. And yeah, I've been working from here for what, about a month? About a month now. Yeah. New old studio, yeah. It's inspired by those very messed up skulls in the catacombs. Not directly, but it kind of fits the story. Is it okay if I ask questions that will certainly never reply to the main story? Sure, if I know an answer, I will tell you. All the posters... Oh yeah. The conspiracy board that I have behind me is just... So you can see up there... wait, hold the camera. Up there is concerts and festivals I've been to. There's a Metallica thing from a vinyl. There's Stockholm. I spent half a year. And there's stuff like from other trips and a few things from low races and a triathlon I did. That one's from a triathlon. The one below there is from a race, foot race. I haven't done that in many years though. And there in the back is, again, more stuff from other trips. This is from a trip around Europe I did as a teenager. This is, what am I looking at? Oh, there's stuff from Brazil up here, and you know, other like that one's a bit more. There's a bit of everything in that one. There you go, conspiracy board lore. Yeah, I've just been. I started putting it in on the side here, and when I ran out of space, I started using this one. We're going to Brazil. Look at that. Look at this. I have flags too. Oh, there's the lamp there, but you can see Brazil. There's Norway and Finland and Sweden. Norway and Finland are smaller because I just spent a week in Norway and a few days in Finland, but I wanted to get flags too because they're cool. They're cool. Just need some red threads. I thought about it, but I feel like it was overkill. What did the facade do if too many people discovered its existence, such as photo or video spreading across the internet? Well, that's literally, it's what happens in the... Oh, sorry, I moved bean cam. It's what happens in the story. It's some guy starts publishing it online, but he's like a conspiracy theorist, so it's not like a mainstream accepted thing. But the facade gets paranoid that everyone might know about it and might track it down and kill it again. So that's why it tracks down the conspiracy guy and takes him over. Yeah, I try to get flag souvenirs. Whenever I find good flags, it's a hard souvenir to find, especially like decent flags or like bigger ones. I do have a small Latvia one there and a small Mexico one up here with a few old plushes. You can kind of see it. And there's a luchador mask. That's my sister brought me from Mexico. Talking about mainstream credible sources, it would panic, and but it would still do its thing. Like it's all it needs. It's all it knows how to do. Orca, yes, that was my favorite as a child. that big plush, big killer whale plush. I have one. There's a smaller one that's behind it. It's not visible on the camera, but their names were Orca and Orquita. Or parent and child. And I love those plushes as a kid. Slept with them. I mean, you're gonna fall off the table, dude. There you go. He was confused. Like, don't move me. I'm comfy. Okay, so... Oh, the camera, you're gonna fall. You had the same one? Oh, that's great. Okay, so now that we've set up the whole story so far and what we're gonna do today, which, if you missed it, it's a missing child milk garden. Now we gotta find milk gardens, and okay, I was quickly looking on Unsplash here just to see what there was. What we need is something that looks like the actual ones. So this sort of thing, it's this sort of milk garden that doesn't have a easy thing to pour from. You have to cut the corner of it. So I assume maybe they have a tear thing. I don't know. I've never like actually seen this type of milk garden. It's in Spain, so it does have a little arrow here. So I don't know if that's, you know, you have to tear it. I'm not sure, but that's the kind of thing we're looking for. A smaller milk carton that doesn't have a regular like thing to pour from. Sad meat cute. It's not, I'm sorry, it's not gonna be a cute child. It's gonna be all messed up. Why is this in the search results? Milk Garden Chronicles, Volume 1, 2 stars. What is this? Anyway, what we're looking for is this. Friend brought an orca plushie as a souvenir from a trip. It's horrible. The fin almost looks like little legs. That's great. Are you my mummy? It's a very USA milk garden. I assume so. It's not a common one in Spain. So what I've seen, like this is a common type of garden you find in Spain. But I saw this one. It's pretty good. For some reason, the preview looks like ass, but this one could be good. It's like too clean. I'd rather find a picture of an actual carton that I can then edit, rather than finding this very clean one and trying to make it look dirtier, you know. But this one could be used if we remove the cork-ish thing there. Don't know how to call that. But yeah, Adobe Stock has some like pretty stock images. This one, if we change the background, could possibly work. The one on the right. Oh yeah, I heard about Canadians and milk bags. Always seemed pretty strange to me. We have, over here in Spain, we have this brand, which is a co-op from Asturias, and it's called Asturiana from Asturias. And it has milk, it has cows on the bottles, on the boxes. This is what they look like. This is the one I always drink, even the Canary Islands. I drink from this brand because it's like, you know, I drink the milk from my land. Valnation, rise up. Hey, Dilf. Twist caps, that's the word I was looking for. They're more common in schools. I still have the twist caps too. It's mostly in stores. Okay. It's like a cutting corner measure. This image. Why are they laughing at us? This picture seems mean. Okay, let's look at Unsplash. There's probably gonna be less pictures, but they're, you know, like pictures of milk cartons in places. So like this one. This one is the same type of, yeah, it has like the open thing. This one could be good. We would have to change a bunch of things, but the good thing is that it's mostly white, so it should be fairly easy to change. Yeah, I recommend you looking at the Got Milk ads because they're getting absolutely buck wild, and Big Milk's attempt Big Milk. Sorry, I just found the concept of Big Milk funny. Attempt to yoink us away from the non-dairy alternatives. Oh yeah, they're probably losing a bunch of people to that. Is it going to be Valdevia branded milk? Oh, you know it. You know me too well. How does the search for milk carton give me this pregnant family picture? I had a bunch of milk in bottles, which is explicitly not what I asked it, but milk from fractalized cows. Okay, now it's giving me completely nonsense stuff. Okay, not great luck here, but let's hop over to the main screen, and we're gonna look for milk carton here. And we'll see if we find ones that are not square. Like this type of stuff is, this type of thing is not what I'm looking for. The lacking toes of tolerance. Hey Rick, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Okay, let's see. This is taking from 3 different sides, so maybe we'll be a little luckier. Okay. This could be something. Like, ignore the guy. No, this is out of focus. This could be something. It's exactly the type of like small milk carton that would have those like missing pictures. So obviously the background is nonsense, but we would have to cut this out and put it somewhere else. But it is a really good option. I look so disappointed, yeah. It's like, here are all my nuts and milks. Look at them. Observe. You're gonna make a little guy? Whoa, a little guy. Thank you for this little guy. When I have to get up early to milk the almonds. Okay. We're again getting two nonsense results. I wonder what kind of background I should give this to. Because whatever the base picture we use, we're gonna have to take it away from its background. I think it's something pretty neutral. Something that would look like, you know, they're taking these pictures from for evidence. You know, one of your dad's three old phones from 2013 are still working again. Nice. Oh yeah. Hope the battery is all right. Yeah, imagine being lactose intolerant. It's been signed by the milk gang. I'm drinking a chai tea with a little bit of milk. Also, saying chai tea though is weird because chai is just tea in Chinese. Just like saying tea. Anyway, thoughts. Back to milk cartons. You made a bean poem mode? Where? Have you shared it? Can I see it? But I saw Arjui's meme. I meet someone, I get all sad on them. The authorities cannot find enough evidence to make the charges stick. The case goes cold. This is great. I'm putting that on the fridge. One of those backgrounds they put in mug shots, put the milk in jail. It's also tea in Arabic. Yeah, it's funny. I saw one of those maps that show you like how different countries say different words, and there's only like 2 words that like 99% of the world uses for tea. One of them is tea, or té in Spanish, té in French, and the other one is chai. And like depending on which where the like which countries add trade relations with which ones, they have one of those. So like most of Europe uses tea, but then for example Portugal uses chai because they had trade relations through Japan directly to China from like the 1600s. So they started using the Chinese word for it. There's like a bunch of like different like funny little coincidences like that. It's in the suggest emote forum. Oh, hold on. Beanpaw! Yes! I'm making that into an emote. I got my promise. Right after the stream, that's gonna be an emote. Did I say it perfectly? It's like how every word for sugar comes from the Arabic word for sugar, since we did all the trainings for it. Yeah, yeah, azúcar in Spanish. Most of the Spanish words that start with a or al come from Arabic. We have a ton of them. Like Spanish is a decent percentage of it, of the vocabulary, is from Arabic. We even say ojalá, which is inshallah. Most people are not aware of this, so when you explain it to them, it's like, really? It literally had a lot in them, but... Okay. There's not a lot of good pictures of milk cartons, interestingly enough. Hold on, let me get my tablet out from here. Release the tablets. There it is. Okay, we are good. Okay, so we got 2 decent pictures, and oh shit, where's the other one? This one. I just forgot to download it. Okay, we got 2 pictures. This one's too long, and this one has the cap, which we would have to remove. But both of them are pretty viable, I would say. Obviously, we would have to remove the background in both. This one, we also have to remake a corner of it, but this one we also have to remove all the letters, so that balances out too. I think I'm gonna go with this one. It's like, once we set it up, it should be easier to work with. And it generally just looks more like the actual ones, which, you know, like this one here, for example, it has the same form factor, basically, with the cap. But it's quite similar. Right, like it goes towards the inside here. Yeah, it's pretty much same form factor. So let's try this one out. It's like it could be a little bit crisper and stuff, but we'll work with what we got. Okay, so let's start with this tool. Don't freak out if the camera goes weird for a second once I release this, because that's what Photoshop does. There it is. That was really good cuts. Do I have this saved? Yes. Nice. Okay. We're gonna have it be the main focus, because we're not gonna care much about what's in the background. We want the milk carton to be the main character here. Azúcar is funny to me since the word from for the sugar in Arabic is kept in. Yes, so many things in Spanish, like, which were taken from Arabic, they start with A because they kept the they just took in the whole pronunciation and without knowing which part was the actual word, which is really funny. I don't know what we have. Almohada, which is the pillow. Usually the long pillows. That's almohada. Aceite, which is oil. All of those have, like, and there's a million of them, but yeah, they have those the from Arabic in them, which is fun. Can you see my mug? It's think my sister brought this. It's a Finland mug from Starbucks. I don't know. It's just the biggest mug we have at home, so it lets me make big teas. But yeah, it does. And the graphic is cute. So, first of all, I'm gonna clean up some of the edges. Got a little bit of a nut here. And I'm gonna do something here just to keep it easier for me. Gonna fill this little chunk in. That should do it. And I'm gonna do the same for this one. And then we're just gonna clone stamp inside these. What tea am I drinking? It's a chai. Not the best chai, but a decent one. Since I'm not at my regular home in the Canaries, I don't have access to the tea shop I used to go there, so I have to drink brand name supermarket grade stuff. But yeah, it's fine. Isn't enough. I shan't complain. You like it with milk? Depends on the tea. Just black teas in general. I like them with tea. I don't drink it all the time with tea, but with milk. This one does have a bit. If I do, I'll put in just a little drop. Or if I brew the tea for too long and it gets a little bitter, adding a bit of milk can help fix that. The proteins in the milk kind of cancel out a lot of the bitter compounds. Been drying cascaritas de naranja. Ooh. That sounds delicious. There's a chai I love. Don't know the name, but I love it. It's red with a swan. I will keep that in mind. I'll see if I can find that brand. I'm currently holding on to a bag, a pretty large bag of Moroccan tea that I bought a few months back when we went. My partner and I went to a little weekend trip to Marrakesh, and we got this really spiced tea with a bunch of stuff in it. It's one of the best teas I've had, and we got a bunch of it. So I've been drinking that on occasion. I brought a little bag with me here, but most of it is back at home in the Canaries. What are we doing to this milk? You're about to see. I'm gonna put a missing child on it. You've been eating all the oranges money can buy to have all the cascarita stock. Oh yeah. So, we got this more or less set up. Now, what about... Bean, you're snoring. He's snoring. Oh my god. I'm gonna get some inspiration pictures. See, actually, this sort of background is perfect. The one from this picture. I might get inspired by that. Okay, so... just want to have a few inspirations for what the graphic design on the boxes looked like, what the pictures tended to look like, all that sort of stuff. Okay, let me see if I can find any others. This one has a couple different ones. Also, little things like how generally yellow should the boxes be at this age. You're making a child go missing for art. That's a good way of putting it. Don't worry, no children will be hurt in the making of this image. Cats are so cute. I wish they were real. Yeah, I wish. It would be so nice to pet one right now. It's called Michi Unmich. It's a fun way of saying it. I've been saying Michi because I know it's Spanish and it's un Michi, a Michi. And Michi is cat too. Have you seen? This was slightly ominous. Have you seen? Hello, Bean. Oh, what are you doing? Whoa, you clicked on something. You're so talented. Bean is good at computer. He got to the mouse and he clicked. Hello. Good morning to you, gentlemen. He's been really cuddly today because I was out for the weekend and he was here alone. So he thought I had abandoned him, and now that I came back, he's all full of cuddles. He's purring right now. My boy. It's really cute. He puts his little hands on me. He's hugging. His way of hugging. Now I have a beard again, Bean. I can scratch you with it. He loves that. He doesn't like being alone. No, he's really clingy. The best way. I love it. But he follows me around everywhere. Like when I went to the kitchen to make some tea, he went right behind me. Yeah, go on. Go up. Yep. You're doing it. Yep. There you go. There we go. Okay, Bean. We're gonna keep working on this for a bit. And cuddles. And cuddles. He's learning how to be YouTuber mimic when the time comes. Yeah, he's slowly learning Photoshop. That's why he sometimes looks at my screen so intently. He's figuring out the UI. Hello, Bean. Chat, do we give him a treat? As a sorry for leaving him alone for the weekend? Does he deserve one? Should he just put up with it? Treats it is. Okay, Bean, Chad has spoken. Stay there. Stay there, I gotta open the bag. If you jump off, you're not gonna make it easier. The treats. Very good. Damn. He spit all over me. He spit all over me. He was salivating at the thought of the streets. Good crunch, yes. Love the crunch. Okay. You little snot-filled kitty. It's fine. You're forgiven, because you're the most handsome man in the world. He's currently standing on my tablet, which makes working a little harder, but I'll make it work. Okay. No, don't bite. No. Okay. He's currently... Let's see if I can point the camera down. Oh, here it is. He's currently sitting on the tablets and scratching up against my beard. Oh, little man. Yeah, he goes crazy for the pen. Right now, as you can see, he just goes for it. Where are you going, Bean? Are you out? Yep. Just gonna eat some. Okay, so back to it. We need to figure out the graphic design here. It seems to be strong reds, blues. Never take shortcuts on the way home. Avoid vacant lots, alleyways, and construction sites. Never play in empty or something buildings. This is a public service announcement. Yada yada yada. It's really misleading too, because like most child abductions are done by people who know the child. It's like the sort of, oh, stranger danger type thing is pretty misleading. Not that random abductions like that don't happen, they do, but I feel like we should teach kids about the most common ones. That's why they got rid of them. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, let me sketch out what we will do here. Seems like the missing thing is always on the side, so that's where it's gonna go. And it's usually in a little black box like this. The missing letter seems to be... there was one that said, have you seen? But that's kind of weird. I mean, it could go well for the general eeriness of it, but I think missing makes more sense. Damn, made it too small. We're gonna make this with a font, obviously, but just setting up where things should go. Then I'm thinking, okay. These ones usually have 2 kids, but there are some with 1 kid. So we're gonna maximize our screen real estate here and just have one big picture of the child's, because that's the main draw. Wouldn't you agree, Bean? What you looking at me for? Hello. You kill children being allowed outside to have fun. Yeah. Seems like more detrimental than anything. Is this another collab? Yeah, the whole this whole part of the series is going to be a collab with Luke as the first one. But for this piece, I'm going to do it all myself. So we'll have some pieces where we each make a chunk of it. For example, for the websites, we're going to have Luke do like the main drawings on it, but there are going to be little pictures of like other things we saw on the I was going to say fractal, on the facade series, and a little picture on the side of the guy, the conspiracy theorist, looking like this in the front of a book that he's trying to sell to you, as with any good conspiracy theorist that try to sell you a book. Okay, so name goes here in the center. They have date missing. Get back to bed, Bean. Oh well, let me set up the camera for you, for your adoring fans. Perfect. I'd buy his book. Good night, Primordium. Thank you so much for hanging out. Your grandfather wrote several books about there being aliens on the moon. He claims they were non-fiction, but also bills himself as a government scientist in the book. He did admin work for the FDA. Hell yeah. So he had a conspiracy theorist granddad. And we still haven't figured out the date for this one, but this seems like mostly an 80s thing, and I'm gonna use these cartoons as inspiration. So we're gonna go for like, let's just say 85. Well, I'll change it if it conflicts with something. He also had a bunker in Canada where he kept his gold. He was one of those buy golds conspiracy theories. Hell yeah, you gotta tell me more about him, Suzo. Hell yeah. Hey Salsa, welcome. Glad you like the vibes. I always try to keep them chill, despite the horrors. It's going great. We're making a false missing child cartoon. Okay, so from an area, yeah, they all seem to have like the same. From place, just placeholder. White male. Oh my god. Date of birth. Something. And yeah, I guess we'll see. We'll change this. I don't know what if it's gonna be boy or girl or whatever, but just say white male. Why was this all caps? I guess it was all caps in general. Not here though. It's like everything's normal capitalization and then just white male, all caps. Wild stuff. Okay, and then like descriptions, like eyes. And we can include some odd details here. What did you usually have? Eyes, hair, height, and weights. Oh no, this is going to be an American unit, so... Okay, and we need some space, so this got to be smaller. Chill horror is a kind of vibes? Hell yeah. Yes, it is for a project called The Facade, which I'm gonna link for you, if you are not familiar. Here. I'll put the link in the chat, and you can take a look at the previous pictures. You still drink regular milk? Why would we be ashamed of that? It's drink. It's a substance. It's... I mostly put it in stuff, but I do drink it sometimes. We self-promote. Okay, what should I self-promote this time? Oh shit, I should let you know. I should let you all know that this month on the Patreon, we're gonna have an extra postcard. So let me just show you an example postcard, because I've got them right here. One's left over from the last month. This was a postcard from the last month. Just to give you an example, one of my pieces with nice typography and decorations, and you know, the back has a little message. But the one from this month, I still haven't designed it. Hopefully I'll have it up by tomorrow or the day after. We're gonna have one like this, and one commemorative one for 3 years of the Patreon. So it's something I've done a bit for the last 2 Patreon anniversaries. I've had an extra postcard, and they look like this. This is one from last year. Oh, sorry. Like this. This is one from last year. So I don't know if I'll have a similar look to this. I have yet to design these both, but I will show them to you on stream once they're done. Yeah, those will be printed at the end of the month, so next week, and you can only get them if you subscribe to the Patreon before that time is over, so before the end of the month. Yeah, there's a Patreon link in the chat. Everyone's like, milk you milk is gross, really? You missed the info about the experiences and thought the facade was just some guy who was a little fucked up. I mean, also, yes, in its own way. Okay, so what is under it? If you can identify this child or the missing child, report any information you may have to a phone number provided as a public service by your local dairy. Okay. So we'll have that. And a phone number. Should be that for the missing side, which is the important one. Weak bones in here. Exactly. Gotta get your calcium. Okay, so I'm thinking a red color for the main side of the milk bottle and here. And then we would, hold on. Okay, so brand name. Then we should have the type of milk. This one's vitamin D. This one's low fat. Let's go with this one. Low fat milk. 2%. With vitamins, yeah. With vitamin D. Okay. These have a big logo. So I can put that here under, or this one has it up here. This one too. Yeah, maybe I'll put it under the brand name actually. Makes more sense. And then a copy of this. That goes on here. Okay. I think that more or less covers it. Right, these little bands are just red. So this is red. This is red. And we'll have to figure out a logo too. Could be... I could just straight up use the symbol, my signature. But I think it would be fun if it was a little bit, like, just different enough that it doesn't, like, read instantly as a signature. So, I don't know. I'm trying to think, like, inside a circle could be something like this. Yin-yang vibe for now, but... this is not really... symmetrical for now, but don't worry about it. googly eyes. Well, the milk carton is getting googly eyes. You heard it here. Beautiful. I worked with SCP Archives and work. I am doing all their thumbnails for this current season, at least. So all this, the current run of episodes, which is based on the anthology from a couple years ago. That's one for each letter of the alphabet plus some extras. They're gonna cover all of them, and I'm gonna be doing the thumbnails for all of them. See you, Rose. Have a good night. Like a planet and the ring, and a line through the center is like a ring going around the planet. Might be too 3D, not logo-y enough. Considering most milk logos are pretty simple like this. Oh, this one does have a little house in it. I don't know, something like this, and you know, this is green. This is blue. It's like kind of the fields where the cows eat. I don't know. It could be something like this. And it's the same symbol, right? It's this. Just edited a bit. I don't know. A better looking version of this, but I'll figure that out. Buell? Did I write blue? I did write blue. Okay, it made me paranoid. Okay, and this obviously is gonna be where the photo of the missing child is. So we got everything sketched out. Now we gotta first do it like the clean version of it, and then just adapt it to the box itself. So, you know, there's a little bend around here, so it's not going to be a perfect line going through. There's going to be a little bit of a... The line goes through it. It's gonna have a little bit of a bend. But yeah, first of all, we're going to do each of these sides separately. So let me get the right proportions, because I'm going to do them like straight on and then just put them on their sides. So what I'm going to do is, let's see, let me get a selection of just this. Select transform selection. Can have this go to each corner like so. So that's more or less what the side of it looks like. Gonna just fill that with a color just so we have that as a selection for later. And hopefully it'll also work on the other side just with a couple of notifications. And now I'm gonna take, it's gonna be a little approximate, but I'm gonna take just a quick selection of this, of what this would look like if, you know, put in a perfectly, you know, straight plane. And I'm gonna fill that with white, over the googlies, and that's gonna be the front of our milk carton. And I'm gonna make a copy, and that's gonna be the side. The milk with the googlies is kind of cute. It is. This is vibing. Okay, we're gonna start with the missing side, since that's, you know, that's the most important bit. And what I'm gonna do is, where's the shape tool here? Where did it move? Oh yeah, okay, I guess it's because I changed the toolbar accidentally. Yeah. Whole shape tool. We got the whole thing and put it there. Okay. So now I have it here. Good. So we're gonna fill that with nothing. Stroke black and bigger. Center it on here. And we got our little black box. Hey King, we are currently working on the side of this milk carton. I'm doing it kind of clean like this, and then I'll apply it on here. What got you into horror? I also pushed you to start making horror yourself. What got me into horror is a hard question. I wouldn't say anything specific, but I've always loved horror since I was like a preteen. And specifically to make it, well, I originally made a lot of surreal arts. But at some point I got burnt out on that, and I wanted to do something a little bit, you know, with a little bit of a story. So I decided to make one, like, at first it was like, it's going to be a one-off horror thing, and that accidentally turned into the beginning of the Megalomorpha series. So I actually, you know, at first it was like, oh, let me just make one horror thing as a little change, and then I liked it and decided, let me make more of this story, right? So I started making it into a series, and then I just kept doing horror. I love that. Let's do here, centered. It's gonna be a really bold font, like this one, something like Impact. It's a little thicker than Impact. But we can start there. It's the same vibe. Okay, let's see, for example, if we ask Photoshop for similar fonts, will it give me anything good? Not really. Maybe this one. It's too much. Too thick. Okay, gotta be something in between. It's gone to horror from your mom making you watch Killer Clowns from Outer Space at age 4. I love that. Cool, mom. Maybe I don't have the right font installed on here. Yeah, let me hop over to Adobe Fonts, because I'm sure they'll have a couple good ones. It's burning my eyes. What are you doing? let's see. Let's go for high weight. Sans serif. See what we get here. There's a bunch of them. Okay, we need to classify that a little further. The X height. Let me see. I'm taking a look at the actual ones. It's not like all caps, so it's hard to tell. Let's try caps only ones. This is so afraid of clowns. One of the few instances where it was successful was when a kidnapped child saw their own photo in a carton and, not knowing they had been kidnapped, were missing. Oh damn. Okay, let's see if any of these are good. Okay, this one seems pretty good. Compare real quick. It's like a little thicker than the one I'm looking for, but it's pretty close to being there. Oh, there are some different thicknesses. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna add all of them. This might be the heavy one. Okay, let's go back to Photoshop. Okay, Anna. Sleep well. And good luck with your exams if you got any close by. What's the name of it? ATF? Wait, it doesn't show up yet. I did download it. ATF Railroad Gothic. Does not show up. It's weird. Usually it shows up directly in Photoshop. Like sometimes you have to wait a little bit, but actually not this long. That's strange. Okay, let me save and leave Photoshop. Hold on. I'll try restarting Photoshop and seeing if my fonts show up. Being burned. My redness. We don't have anything like Amber Alerts in Spain. That always seemed a little strange to me, that you get notifications on your phone for missing children. Okay, let's see if it works. Now we go to the fonts and look for Railroad. Does not show up. Strange. Try again. I have to go, maybe I have to go into the Creative Cloud app, which is the most annoying thing Adobe ever did. Yep, might have to. Yeah, give me a second to hide it because I don't know if there's any identified info in the Creative Cloud app. People have grown numb to the alerts. Yeah, I feel like that's what would happen, right? I don't know. Never had... Since we don't have it here. Okay, where's the fonts? Where are the fonts? Okay. So it just doesn't have anything in recently added. Strange. So it's just Adobe not working today. Great stuff. Thank you, Adobe. No, it doesn't show up. Well, I guess I'll just use a different font that is not from Adobe, because they suck. Thank you, Adobe. You should be fixing your apps instead of trying to cram AI into every single thing. Okay, I'll just go with impact. Okay, we're back. Do this. It's not the best substitute, but remember where it's spread out. It's like if you, Val, were to watch out for a missing child in Estonia. That's wild. Why did they do those notifications for such large distances? Here's where we put the photo. Below it, the text that we put on here. What kind of font do they use, though? Pretty standard Helvetica-like font. This song gives you Rain World vibes. It is from Rain World. No, it's not Rain World. It's from... Oh, wait. What's the name of this game? Risk of Rain. Risk of Rain. So it had rain in it. Okay, so we're gonna go for Valdevia. Just can't beat a classic. Okay. It's 1985. Okay, this is going to be a bit too large, this font. Date of birth. White male. We'll see, we'll change this. If need be. I might give the height and weight out, because that'll give us a bit more space for the other paragraphs. Yeah, this text is pretty small. put the name on a different line because it's going to be different font weight and stuff. Ah, stop. God, this tool is so buggy recently. I don't know why. Just the transform tool, like one of the basic Photoshop things. It's been incredibly buggy. It's like, what are you doing? What is happening in Adobe? Stock price is going up while they mess around with AI, so they don't fucking care about anything else. And now their stock prices are dipping. Okay, we're gonna make this. Wait, we don't have Helvetica anything other than regular? Damn, okay. Arial, I guess. Rain world and risk of rain. Rain bad. Hey Glizzy, how are you doing? Bean would say hi too, but he's too sleepy. Add a heavy rain to that list, yeah. Gotta go put some food in me. Okay, Salsa. Enjoy your meal. Hell yeah, see you Wednesday then. They hope AI replaces you before you stop paying for a subscription. I hope that's... I guess that's their bet. And it's a bad bet. I've been reading a lot and listening to a podcast by a journalist called Ed Zitron, who has been predicting the AI bubble crashing for a while now. And he has a lot of good points. I really hope he's right. But yeah, according to him, it's pretty close to crashing. So we shall see. Okay, so this one has this inside. And this one's the photos go up to the edges, but it is a smaller photo. So I'm gonna keep it like this, but I'm gonna make the stroke thinner. Sounds a bit better. I should be user fast food customer service. I mean, it's already replacing a lot of customer service jobs. Badly though, because nobody wants to talk to an AI, and it's instantly obvious. I have needed customer service and tried, you know, writing to companies on Twitter because they don't care about when you call them, and they will reply with ChatGPT, and it's clearly ChatGPT, and you gotta keep asking, I want to see a human, I want to see a human, until the chatbot just gets confused and it automatically routes you to an actual human. It just adds a very annoying step to customer support, which is great. I love that. I love when they do that. It's horrible. It's just like the .com bubble. NFTs, crypto, 90% will die out. Yeah. Hope to God it dies soon because it's making Google terrible. Absolutely, Google is horrible lately. Google Images, looking for images of anything, it's just horrible AI generated slop. And just in general, Google searches have become awful. It's not only because of AI, but in general, they've become awful. Okay. Let me write this paragraph here. If you can identify this child's... Okay. Let's see, do they all have the same phrase on them? If you can identify these children or any other missing child, report information you may have to. Okay. Report any information you may have to. It's going to be left align. Oh, I missed an I. Then another line that's centered. I don't know, the graphic design in this is very strange, but the national center, yeah, I'm gonna go with this one because it's, I don't want to just do a random phone number. So I might as well use a, because I don't know, I don't want people to say like, oh, there's gonna be an Easter egg if I call this number. So I might as well have it be the actual number of the National Center for Missing Children. Or no, maybe the people will actually call them then, thinking it's part of the... kind of hard. Is there a way to make... to put in an American number that will certainly be like impossible, like it won't lead anywhere? Looking for answers for anything and it's a score showing up clearly AI generated slop answers. Oh yeah, so many horrible AI generated articles every time you look for anything. Reddit is the last bastion against the AI slop answers. Yeah, and they are scraping Reddit for that. And Reddit is going to be filled with people commenting, like AI bots commenting on things. Like Twitter's already full of them. 555 area code. Okay, thank you. What's it? The area code is the first part of the number in the US, I assume. Yeah, okay. Okay, good. 555. Does it work like this? Like it's the area code in parentheses? For example. Okay, good. Thank you. Again, like, well, America confuses me, so I'm glad to have people to lead me through it. Oh, that was the last drop. There is a system where you can buy a web domain and will ask us for a number. Oh yeah, I've seen people that like leave a message at a number that you can call. Is that how it works? So that when you call them, it gives you like a stock sound answer. I think that would be funny, but for little bits. Okay, so we have this. Now the most interesting, most important part of this is the actual photo. So we're gonna make a group photo, and he's just sleeping in the weirdest ways today. That's so funny. that's where we're gonna put our photo. It seems like it's usually cut against the background. Not in these though. These ones have dark backgrounds, so most of them do. But I'm gonna go for something similar to this, where I'm gonna cut the shape around it and just leave the white background there. And let's see, I'm gonna go for smiling child. Let's see what we find. This one could be good. Here. Looking for fairly neutral lighting too. Like this one, for example, has a really strong lighting on the face, and I think that's gonna look weird when you put it in this like scanned looking style. Yeah, this one could be good. This one could be fairly good too. Hey Paramita, good to see you again. Thanks for popping in. Fun fact, someone accused your voice of being AI generated. Autistic people tend to have issues with vocal intonation and so sound monotonous. It's wild that we live in a world where you can accuse people of their voices not being real. It's wild fucking world we live in. Use a bean picture. Okay, not a lot of good like regular front-facing portraits. This one, too young maybe, but I don't know. Could work. Just a baby dressed as an elf. With no explanation at all. Okay, I'm thinking the first one we found is probably the best one. You sound like you're about to break into song. As a response to being told your tones sound monotonous, my brain switched to, okay, I'm in a musical then. I love that. Let me put on, hold on. My hand is ready. Because I knew I would need it later. Okay, this actually did too good of a job cutting the hair out. These are like pretty simple cutouts. So I'm gonna have to blur that out. Did we do a little stretch? No. He looks like he's about to fall off the bed. I don't know why he's doing that today. It's funny. Okay, I'm gonna hit on either smooth here. Let's see what it does. Okay. Feather and contrast as well. I'm gonna keep the contrast up. Okay, it's making more of a sharp cutout, which is what I want. I'll use this instead of smooth then. Okay, that's basically what I wanted. You got a little bit of the ears too, but I don't think that'll be a big problem once we put it in black and white. And to be honest, I can just go in and cut that out. Like so. But you know, this seems like the type of cutout job pre-Photoshop that was just a literal cutout, like they would physically cut it out. Which is why I'm going pretty simple with it. I'm leaving some of the background in. It's like doing it bad on purpose. Too crisp and high quality? Oh yeah. That's gonna go down, don't worry. Worry not about that. Actually, let me leave it down here because I'm about to expand that face. Yeah, I'm gonna start with a black and white filter on top of it. Actually, why don't I set up the filter first and then just edit under? Because if I first make the facade like fucked up face and then add the filter and it loses a bunch of the detail, it's gonna be wasted work. So let's first lose the detail and then work like under the filter. Just keep the filter live so I can make changes. So, I think... Hey Soup, how you doing? Oh, don't worry, I'll make it bad. Put it through the crunchinator. Exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a grain filter. Let's crunch it up, shall we? By putting this to hard mix. Using the fill. And we get that vibe. But I'm gonna make the grain thicker, I think. So I think it's gonna be more Gaussian blur. And then more sharpen. Just taking like a regular noise layer and clumping up the noise into different thicker clumps like that. It's pretty good. And the more I reduce the fill, the more kind of gray tones I get. But it already looks unsettling. Yeah, it's the eyes, I think. So we have to get a little bit more detail out of the black areas, like the hair, the eyes. Just using this one as inspiration. I guess maybe there's not that much detail to get at. When you use this kind of filter, things look a little bit drawn, and I think that's fun. Maybe a bit of soft light on the left side here, so we get a little bit of contrast. It doesn't just disappear into the background. And then we can do this to the hair too. to get more detail out of it. But no matter now, because we're gonna edit the face anyway. So now the good thing is that this filter is live. I can put anything in here and it'll crunchify it. Move this around. Or I can take, let's see. How should I facade this kid up? In this crunchy way. It's about an evil boy. No, it's a facade. So it is a doppelganger pretending to be this kid. But it's not good at imitating kids because they're too small. So face kind of glitches out in the way that the facade does. It just kind of bubbles out like it's boiling. Facade is back. Yes, indeed. So, hold on, how about a sketch? I'm thinking we'll make it like bubble out in different ways. And we have like, you know, extra eyes and things like that. Like maybe this eye here has sort of descended. In here. The hair kind of goes down this side. Oh, maybe the ear is like in the front here. I don't know how to draw ears good. My favorite part of the facade is that one rotation game when it gets to sort of shit hitting green at the last second. Yeah, that was real too. That was in the actual photo, but just recontextualizing that little grin as like, whoops, you caught me kind of thing is really fun. Yeah, I love that bit of it. Sorry. And I don't know, should we add any extra features? I don't know if we've done this in the past. I think we mostly just shuffled the features around. Hold on, let me pull up my own website. Yeah, we do have like the mouth kind of branches out into, it's still the one mouth, like, or the ears, the eye, as you can see, it sort of floats up here and then goes back down. So it's like this eye went to the back of the head and then came back. Or like here, right? It's just shuffled features. It does get a little sillier with the teeth, but in general, we've only done shuffling. Okay, let's also move everything a bit. The other eye can be maybe to the left as well. Kind of like the whole face is sort of doing a rotation. The nose can be a little sideways like that. Like the facade knows what it just did and no one will realize. Yeah. Get some extra teeth. I think that's what I was thinking as well. Sorry. Like a grin that's a little too much. And maybe like an extra row of teeth behind. Something like that. What do you guys think? Like, I don't want it to be like a mid-shifting. I want it to feel like this kid just looked like that for a few months because the facade kind of got stuck in this weird shape. And they just kept going to every doctor like, what is wrong with my child? Thinking that it was the actual child. Reminds me of Hoozila. I gotta play that one. Poor kid. Thankfully, the original kid is not going to be recognizable after this. That's the one saving grace. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do something. I can move this one out here. There we go. Just so we can keep that as inspo. All right. So let's see how we do that. First of all, we're going to do a normal layer where we remove a lot of the features. Because we're going to replace them. Sorry, kid. It had to be this way. That was like troll face. In this version a little bit, because it's mostly black lines on a white base. I have not played it yet, so I know. The warning, if you keep making stupid faces, it'll get stuck like that. It isn't for actual kids, it's in case the facade replaces one. It's for the facade's benefit. It planted the rumor centuries ago. After it supplanted a child and people got suspicious. Gonna do copies of every single part, basically. Open your third eye. This, it's kind of like doing a puzzle with body parts. The facade hit his funny bone and got stuck looking like that. How long was the facade that kid that he got all glitchy like that? No, this is actually, he got glitchy immediately. Because the facade, it's not good at mimicking children. So it's like there's too much of it in a smaller body, so it just can't contain its own mass, and it just keeps, you know, glitching out, or, you know, can't fully imitate the actual person, so it just looks wrong, like too much of it, you know. So the story is that the child went missing a first time, then came back wrong, came back looking like this one below, and the parents were like, what happened to my child? And they kept going to every doctor and they couldn't figure it out. And then a few months later, finally the facade finds a new victim, or months, weeks, I don't know, it's going to be a short time in between. And they're gonna, you know, the facade is just not comfortable being a child because it's hard for it to imitate that shape, so it just quickly finds a new host. And with host I mean body to steal. You gonna stay up late working tonight? Good luck, Mitchie. What you making? Question: is a facade a sort of inherent shape changer? Does it dispose of the original and change to look like a person, or is it taking the original as a host and changing them? It takes over the body. Like, it needs to literally get inside the new host, and, you know, it physically is an impossible thing, but, you know, it's a monster. Like the bug inside Anger's suits. Yeah. What happened to you? You were in the woods for 10 minutes. I ran into a tree? Yeah, that checks out to me. I love that. That's canon. That's exactly what happened. Okay, I'm gonna use this little chunk of the face to make up this extra bits here. The good thing is that it's all filtered, so I can just stretch things pretty wildly, and it's gonna look all right. Okay. We maybe stretch the eye a bit. Okay, not bad so far. Making bracelets? Nice. You can talk? Yeah. It just talks in the voice of the other person it took over. Some people just start making noises and everyone think it's normal. No, it has to pretend to the best of its ability to be the person it's pretending to be. You know, in a way, it's a little tragic to be the facade. Like, it literally can't have its own identity. And it can't even get comfortable into like its one role where it likes the life of this person, because they'll eventually some people will get suspicious of it after it starts like glitching, and it'll have to jump to a new body. I would not want to be the facade, or a person taken over by the facade. Frankenstein, yeah. I like tragic monsters. Being the facade is becoming more hellish as technology gets more advanced and we enter a police state. Yeah, it's actually a plot point here. Like if you see the amount of people it's taken over in the first part, it has like just a handful of identities throughout, you know, between the 1850s and the 1970s. But after the 1970s, it just keeps jumping. Like, we're gonna see a new identity every just handful of years, because it's starting to get paranoid more and more as more people have cameras, and it just gets harder and harder to be the facade. So that's making the bump on the other side of the head. Too large, perhaps. Where does the extra mice from the previous victim go after the facade switches to a new victim? Just takes a really big shit. Just goes out all at once. Do you think it knew when its picture was taken the first time that cameras would become its ultimate enemy? That's true, that's true. It didn't know what was coming to it. It thought it was a novelty. Thank you for the save reminder. What happens if you befriend a facade? Well, you'll probably be fine for a while, but then when it needs a new victim, you'll probably be it. Because it's its nature at the end of the day. it's, you know, just like having a pet lion. It's cute at first, but becomes dangerous. The facade exists before humans. It might have evolved alongside it. But we haven't really figured out a definite origin to it. You made me die in ultra kill from cackling at the ticks of big shit. Sorry, Maji. Cryptids in the cryptid support group include the facade, who has imposter syndrome, Bigfoot, who's constantly misgendered and has... Yeah, that's true. Bigfoot has breasts. The de-breasting of Bigfoot was a tragedy. Crab in a hat. Okay, so gotta figure out the eye here. Wait, this should go on top of this. There we go. Now that makes more sense. Now this eye kind of has the shadows of, you know, being on one side of the face, and now it's kind of in front. So I'm gonna have to fix up its shadows. Bigfoot is a trans man, that's true. This explains the de-breasting. Then good for him, good for him. I'm proud of his transition. Bigfoot is cracking norks. Wake up, people. Yeah. If you're curious about this or don't know what the hell we're talking about, hold on. I'm about to teach you. Listen up. Listen up. Let's look at the Patterson Gimlin film. That's a classic Bigfoot video. Oh, sorry. Here. Look at this. Look at this. Bigfoot has tits, has breasts, hairy breasts. And this is not just like an artifact of like, maybe it looks like that in the photo. If you see the actual video, you can see that pretty clearly. See? You can see it. Bigfoot had big honkers, and everybody just kind of forgot about that. Convinced it's a furry costume. Pretty early furry costumes from 1967. I guess they were pioneers in the furry fandom. And this has a reason. The suit that was used in this film is most likely inspired by an earlier drawing of a sighting of Bigfoot that describes it having big breasts. And I wish I knew the name of the drawing or like how to find it. But yeah, there's just a profile a drawing of a Bigfoot with large breasts that is probably the inspiration for it. But see, like, people do these drawings and you're forgetting something. You're forgetting something. And this is full of AI generated shit, by the way, which is very annoying. Like this stupid thing. Even looking for a very concrete thing, it'll give you AI slop. Everyone forgot about Bigfoot. Big Naturals is my Roman Empire. I have a conspiracy jacket code with a bunch of cryptid patches. You do? That's great. I'm gonna 100% get a custom one made of the Patterson Gimlin Bigfoot. The text: Bigfoot has cracking norks. Please. Please. I would love to see that. Hey, Wen. Can I stay on till I fall asleep? That's good, Wen. Okay, let me make a group, call it face all. I'm gonna add just some general lighting to the group. I still need to put an ear, by the way, and the mouth, but I want to figure out the bump here. So I'm just gonna get a picture of an ear from the front. Ear. That'll do. I guess this one will do. It's pretty simple and well cut out. Ear. He may have severe facial damage, but at least he's happy, yeah. Or is pretending to be. Who knows? Who knows what the facade is thinking? Who knows if it even thinks like us? It clearly is amused. Like it, I think it sort of sees its whole deal as a sort of game, but at the same time becomes increasingly paranoid about being found out. You did back dirt Ferris, so that patch is going on your coat. Nice, you got the patch. And getting increasingly paranoid of being caught, but simultaneously playing a sort of peekaboo game, yeah. Okay, the mouth. The drawing here, I kind of extended it to the side, but I might do the other side. Okay. Here's what I'm thinking I'm gonna do. Just gonna copy the whole mouth. Like so. I'm gonna extend that to the side. Kind of a creepy grin. And J. Gonna add some extra teeth in that mouth. Do you think the facade would be more terrified of cameras or doctors? Maybe that's what makes him flee this time. The parents taking him to a doctor to see what's up with his face. And he's like, oh shit, not the doctor, bye. Because like any diagnostic tool, as you know, the X-ray has proven, would, you know, figure out it was him instantly. Hey Pyro. Would it avoid people who might draw attention to itself? Like, for example, someone with a coat covered in cryptid and conspiracy theory patches. I don't know. Maybe that's exactly the people who would draw the least attention. That, you know, if people start saying like, oh, the conspiracy person is acting weird, they're gonna go like, yeah, whatever, and nobody's gonna be suspicious. I don't know. You gotta ask yourself those questions if you seek to be someone who the facade does not target. His greatest fear, a medical photographer. Okay, and we also said a second row of teeth. might put those below, like take the lower teeth. You know, maybe take these 3, or I'll just take the lower row in general. I'm gonna put those in screen mode. Something like that. Imagine that the facade would not go to the doctor for fear of being found out. And that would leave the victim's doctor wondering why their patient doesn't show up anymore. If it's most doctors I know, they would not even notice because they have 40 patients a minute and they don't have time to check up on people. I wonder if, you know, the facade would eventually, if it takes over somebody in that new body, it would, after a few years, start feeling the ailments of that body, right? So it also has joints, so it can get arthritis. It can, the age will come to it as well, and at some point, you know, the pain of that will be too much and it'll force it to find a new victim. I don't know, or not. Or maybe it can regenerate its body the same way it can shift it to take on a new appearance. Vesper, thank you so much for the raid. Hey, the raid messages are back. They were broken for a month. Welcome. Hope you had a good stream. We are making a fake missing children carton with a monster that's pretending to be a child. Called the Facade. Yeah, welcome Vesper, welcome MF Junior. So yeah, it's a doppelganger story. It's a creature called the Facade that keeps jumping from identity to identity, and we kind of follow them through the years as they take over new people, just through the evidence that it leaves behind. And this one specifically is a child that it took over, and it cannot like imitate children well, so it kind of gets glitched and messed up. And so there's a really brief identity. Like, it doesn't last too much in this one because it becomes pretty obvious that it is not the person it's pretending to be. But you know, it's doing its best. That's all we can ask for a horrible creature. What if its final undoing is someone taking someone with a disorder that actually beats him? That'd be interesting. Milk carton, yes. This is going to take place in the 80s. I wonder if the Facade can die. It already died once. If you go to the first part of the story, it starts chronologically when a strange skull is found in the Paris catacombs. So that skull was the facade. It not quite dead, but dormant for hundreds of years. So maybe if it had been left for longer, it would eventually like finally dried up and died, but it managed to survive until someone found the skull. Okay, let's add a levels layer. And see what I'm seeing on here is that the brighter skin tones basically become white, like the carton. Although there is... Oh, I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna go brighter in the highlights. Like this. But then... I'm gonna take... Hold on. I'm gonna take a copy of this. I'm gonna take... This is, by the way, this is what it looks like without the filter. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. Not showing evidence of more facades. I think at least for now, I would like to leave the facade as like... I would like to leave the facade as a single being. Because that's just interesting to me, but it could be like the last member of its species, if that makes sense. Like, there were others, but it's the only one left now. Okay, so that's gonna be the edge, and I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna group that up. Like so. To just kind of have a slightly darker base, which is what seems to happen here, although it's a little bit bluish. Let me try a different way of making this. That will probably look better. Like this. Like so. Looks like a shitty analog horror scare. Yeah, it does. This is even better. I'll keep the sketch. Let's see. Did we stray away too far? Honestly, that's not too different from the sketch. That's pretty good. Little Timmy got into the radioactive waste. Don't worry. Okay. Now, I'm gonna still keep this live so that I can edit the text, because I think we'll leave that to the end. But I can take this whole thing aside. I'm gonna make it into a smart object, which means now it's fully a layer, but I can double click it and go in here and edit it again if I ever need to, which I will. And why is it doing that? Wait. I know a fix to that. And now we fix that. We put it on the correct place. But then I forgot about the goddamn googly eyes. Okay. You put those here. Okay, I think I need to widen this side in general. It's like ideally I would have a picture of the milk carton that is lit from the missing side instead of the opposite. If I put the missing side on here, it wouldn't make sense because it has to be on this side like it always was. So it just makes sense to put it there, but we're gonna have to make do. And I think the easiest fix here is just brightening it manually. Giving that a bit of a blur. Maybe put that on overlay, yeah. If you can't replicate a child to the size, that doesn't imply that I can replicate someone with dwarfism. Yeah, I guess it would have the same problem. Technically, and pulling the curtain back a little bit, the can't replicate a child thing is only so we could have the messed up face on the missing carton, because if this was just a momentary glitch like it is with the adults, then obviously they wouldn't put the glitched version of the kid on the carton. So we had to come up with a way to, like, an explanation for that inconsistency, right? A reason for the child appearing glitched and messed up in the carton, and which means it would have to be, the child would have to be permanently like this. I'll make the milk company logo and stuff. Yep. That's actually what the front here is for. And I do have a sketch. Where's the sketch? Here's the sketch. So I'm actually going to put this here. And I'm just going to do this thing. Then I'm going to take the low-fat milk with vitamin D and just copy it here. I'm gonna be lazy. But yeah, let's see. It seems like they mostly printed like all the way to the side. This one here does have like a white edge around it, but it's a bit of a fancier, more old school logo and type and stuff. And I want to go for like this sort of thing, something that feels 1980s modern. So I'm gonna go with red. And yeah, I'm just gonna make like a red block here. We'll see what color works like with like multiply later. So we're gonna have to put this on multiply. I might have to do it separately, but we'll see. For now, I'm gonna put a red color. A little bit of a washed out red, I think. Something like that. Like not super saturated. And then I'm gonna put a little box here. And I'm gonna center that. There we go. Now, what brand name should we go for the milk here? If you have any noteworthy locations I've made up, always do real world places. I don't know, what is the Hawthorne Melody? I'm looking up the brand names. I think this might just be grade A. This one is London's Dairy Inc. Let me see others. This one is Hawthorne Melody again. Oh, this is from that show. What's the name of it? Stranger Things. Can't read the text on this one. I love that there's a bunch of your photo here things. Like, who wants to put their own face on a missing kid thing? American milk brands are strange. The combination of everything we had been talking about. And of course, once again, they missed the boobs. So disappointing. Okay, can't find many more actual ones. Anderson Erickson. It's a lot of family names. Like there's something family dairy farm, you know? Valdevia Creamery. Have you heard of Milk Walker? Yeah, okay, I've seen yeah, it's from an old milk carton, right? It's a little strange illustration of a house with legs or something like that. Was that it? Dairyland. Yeah, to be honest, like I'm thinking of Spanish milk brands, and there's Pascual is a really common one, and Pascual is just literally just a name. It's like the John milk, you know. It's not as common as John, but it's just someone's name. Oh, it was a milk carton. Yeah, true. I think putting in my full name would be too referential. I think it needs to be a little bit harder to spot the reference. It could be a reference to an old story, or let's see, maybe something from Megalomorpha. Because like this is the La Cruz family, and probably something that feels more American. Name Clark. Just sounds fairly Australian too. But... oh, Turner Bros. Circus. Maybe Turner was William or Henry. Henry Turner is the guy in the poster that escaped with the ants. Robert Turner was the other brother, the one who was not in love with the ants. The lore, the deep lore that only you know, could be that after his circus crashing and burning, he actually started a dairy farm somewhere in the US, and this is where the extremely niche reference we had in there. Coffee or milk. Turner Bros. And so it could be Turner Dairy, something like that. And what kind of fonts do they use? Pretty standard fonts. Like the dairy here is a little bit loopier, but it has to be to feel 80s modern. Mafolio, based on your misspelling of Golfio. So let's see, sans serif fonts. Maybe this. Ink Incorporated. Like, I think it would be funny to put Turner Brothers, but one of the brothers literally absconded, so with the ants. Why is it doing that? There we go. Oh, Crew Farms. He was British, though. No, is he British? No, the inspiration was British. The guy was American. That's right. Turner and Sons is actually, yeah, that's much better. Turner and Sons Dairy. Where's Dairy? Oh. With a small ampersand, maybe? You can confirm that the facade cohabits the Earth with giant ants. Maybe. Unconfirmed. Perhaps. You'll never know. Could just be another Turner. Okay. Now a logo. Should I go for one color for the logo instead of doing a bunch of colors? I don't know yet. But we could keep it like pretty simple color-wise, because like most of these seem to have like one or two colors, so could go for something like that. Right now it's the flag of Japan, but soon it won't be. Let's see. Let me use the pen tool and do a sort of like squiggly shape. And let's fill that with white with no stroke. I'll change it in a minute, but for now I'm kind of setting up. How about this shape? Let me see what it looks like with two, one on each side. It's all Pepsi-ish, but they won't sue me. What if there had a mascot that was an ant in a farmer costume? Great idea, but it would take so long to make. But if they didn't have a mascot, it would be an ant, absolutely.
This is Pepe's cease and desist immediately.
Oh no! Run, everybody! It's Pepsi. Hmm. I don't know if like this perfectly straight line that crosses across is the best. I'm not sure yet. Let's see. Let's do the last thing, which is a line, a wavy line that goes through. I think the opposite actually, like so. So let's just say okay, there we go. Let's remove the fill and put a white stroke. Like so. What if instead of this, there was a similar squiggly shape? Though less pronounced. That did that. Still a little Pepsi-ish, but the funny bit is that if you look at it without context, you kind of just see the red shape, and it looks like this is just a squiggly shape with an X in the middle, and you have to just look at it slightly differently to realize it's a VA. Just like there's okay, Americans in the audience will not understand. There's this really well-known brand of supermarkets, usually like bigger supermarkets. Think like Walmart for the US, not as big and ridiculous as Walmart, but still like pretty big platform supermarkets. It's a French brand. It's called Carrefour. Carrefour means like a street crossing. Oh. They have a logo that confused me for like a million years. Let me show it to you. Reverse English flag? I guess so. Yeah. This is the Carrefour logo. And I always saw it since I was a child. There's a bunch of them in Spain too. It's not only a French brand. And to me it was this like just abstract shape. I was like, that's pretty cool. Like it's a little bit of an arrow pointing both ways. It means like crossing. So it like it made sense to me. I never stopped to consider it's a goddamn C. It's a goddamn C. It's just the white space makes the C. And it's a C for Carrefour. It confused you too? You have them too? Yeah, right? Right? I found this out when I was like 20. It blew my fucking mind. It's so stupid, but yeah, it's it's a pretty smart logo, but once you see that it's a kind of a fancy C, it stopped working for me. It's much better as an abstract shape than it's as this like pretty boring C. I thought it was a weird face. Really? Where do you see the face though? Maybe if you turn it around, it's like a smiley. A big smile. It's both. I know it's both, but once you see the C, you can't see any other you can see anything else. To me, it kind of broke once I saw that it was actually a C. I also thought it was an arrowhead, yeah. There's also, I think it's FedEx who has a pretty funny logo. White space thing. Let me see if I'm right. Yeah, FedEx. This one's much smarter in my opinion. So just hit a little thing here. The FedEx logo, pretty simple, right? All the letters are squished together and you might never think twice about why the letters are kind of touching each other and squished together. It's because it makes an arrow between the E and the X. It's fun, I like this one. Like, not my favorite logo, I don't love the colors either, but that little fact that they just figured out that the E and the X together in certain, like in this specific font, would make a perfect arrow. It's great. Anyway, this kind of does a similar thing to me, where when you look at a certain way, it looks like the VA, but otherwise it just looks like this squiggle with an X. Like, maybe I can make it a little more confounding by round the edges. Or maybe not these, because maybe, oh, maybe this can be like droplets, like the drops of milk. I'm overthinking this silly logo, but what is the music? This is from Cult of the Lamb. Really fun soundtrack. What if I inverted the colors here? I'm gonna try that. So I take all these shapes and it's probably an easy way to make this. Oh, I can let that cut through. That's nice. Let me make that red. And the background white. And that way, these little droplets I'm making are white. And it's like, you know, it's the milk. And it acts like the Carrefour logo, which both at once. I'm overthinking this way too much, but... No, I don't know if it's deep lore, but my mom is, or at least was, a graphic designer. Worked as a graphic designer for many years. And yeah, I guess I got a little bit of that in my bones or something. Heart for milk. Graphic design is my passion. Like, I do enjoy making silly fake logos for my stories. I don't think I would do that for a living. But once in a while. Once every blue moon. Making this more exaggerated so those shapes can read better. And the boring part of making the logo is not coming up with it. It's like making it work as a vector, like perfectly. And I don't know how to use Illustrator very well, so it's just like a very boring part of the process to me. So this is just the shitty hand-drawn version of making it, which is much more fun to me. Anyway, now it's droplets. And also my logo. You're 11k away from your commission. Do you want to do the succubus or the siren monster? Wait, I had my mind had remembered only the succubus. I don't remember what the siren monster was about. Can you tell me a bit more about that one so I can remember? I think we got a logo. I might cut the ends of this a little bit differently, but like this maybe, like parallel to... Maybe a little bigger though. Like so. Okay, now we got all this. I'm gonna take it all and I'm gonna take here, call it logo. we take the same font as Turner and Sons, and we make it white. Oh, there we go. And we say low fats. That's a single word, right? She had a human head and torso, wings extending from her shoulders, where her arms should be. Long serpentine tail and in a dancing fin. I think I remember now, yeah. I think the succubus would be a really fun idea, but we gotta find a good way of doing it. Where I can both stream it on Twitch and that isn't like super explicit, but I think figuring that out on its own is already quite like give you quite a fun challenge. So 2%, not percent, 2, you dummy. Hey, where do you go? Where do you go to? Vitamin D. A succulent. I don't think it'll work like I wrote it here. Unless I center this, yeah. Yeah, I think the succubus is interesting because it's just like not a topic I've ever tackled. So figuring that out, how to do it well, would be a challenge. D. Be bigger. That's what she said. Hello, Bean. Okay, I think we got a pretty good front side, whatever you call this. Let's see. Let's put it on. Let's see what it feels like. Oh, There we go. So I'm gonna take this. Gonna remove the sketch. Gonna put this one on here. Put this one on multiply. It seems to work pretty well on multiply. Now I fit it on here. Nice. And now I can take a copy. Reset transform. Bean. Look at his pose right now. Oh, he got embarrassed. Big yawn. You've been really sleepy today, Bean. Except for that moment where you got cuddly. You're a sleepy boy. Yeah. Ooh, big scratch. Sent a photo of Basil immediately after getting fixed. Oh, Basil, life's rough. E. Okay, it's not perfect because this is more of a, you know, this bends a little bit more. That should work. What I'll do is cut it like up to this point. And, you know, the print just doesn't go into the bend here. There we go. Bean, why are you sitting like a shrimp? Why are you shrimping? What's up, little guy? In fact, the percentages of milk denote the amount of butter fat it contains. Once you get to 50%, it's just butter. Interesting. Yeah, I never knew why Americans put percentages in milk. I assumed it was like fat percentage. In Spain, we only have entera, which is full, just regular milk. Desnatada, which is no fats, and semi-desnatada, which is halfway in between those two. Those are like the three standard ones you get. You don't usually get like percentages, just like either of those categories. Oh, little bee, you're so handsome. Look at him, chats. Beam, beam. Look up here. Not listening. Look at him, yeah. He's so handsome. Like magnificent lad indeed. You comfy right now? Yeah, you are. He's purring so loud. You like this, don't you? He's a little baby man. Look, Bean, this is what we made today on Photoshop. It's a missing child, but it's not really a child. See my nose. Hey, Cass. Okay, you can go, Bean. What are the songs in this song? It's a Zelda song. Zelda sounds. He just uses a sound font from the game. Careful, Bean. He's cuddly. Aw, baby. Scratching my beard. And if it's had imitate animals, I think it's more fun if it's limited to just humans. That just gives you the you know, the mystery of why does it only target humans? Little Bean. What? What? You wanna come up? Yeah, come up. Come up. Here you go. Oh, sit down. Very good. Say hi to chat, Bean. They're looking at you. If it could imitate animals, would it want to? I don't know. I feel like it would make its life easier. Like if it could just escape and be an animal, removes a little bit of the pressure from its endeavor. Can you hear the purring? Oh, yeah. Bean purr for them. Yeah, I think the mic is picking that up. Very good, Bean. Purr for chats. It's purring for chats. Oh, baby. Don't bite the cable. Don't bite the cable. He gets excited and bites the cable. Hello. Ooh, yeah. He's so full with joy, he is. Oh, kiss. Ooh, you getting up? There you go. Oh, careful. No, don't bite that. So he got his paw in the cable. And now he's trying to attack my pen. No, that's not for you. That's for me to work. Self-promote? No, I'm gonna promote Bean. You guys should go follow Bean's accounts on Twitter and Instagram. He has both. And I guess I should make a command for it at this point. It's alright, you're here to make commands. I'm lazy. Let me get you a link directly. I think the door just opened on its own. Being is curious about it.
Esa Lilveano Boyo.
Yeah, this door is a little bit messed up in the way that it doesn't close entirely, so sometimes it just opens on its own. And let me get you the Bean Instagram. The Beanstagram, if you will. The door is sentient. Bean is super confused about it. It's just standing there in the corner, looking at the door, going like, someone's gonna eat me. Anyway, go follow Bean. Like, instantly. Especially on Instagram. Need more followers on Instagram. It's got like 8,000 on Twitter, I think. It's a ghost. It's a ghost. Oh, hello, Bean. Oh, goodbye, Bean. Careful there. Nearly threw the bottle of water away. Little beasts. Okay, let me see if something other than multiply will work. Color burn is interesting because it keeps the lighting from below. So maybe a mix of multiply, just a touch of multiply, a few percentages, and then color burn. The house is clearly alive. Yeah, that makes me think I should finish the ziggurat someday. What's up, Bean? He's looking at the door inquisitively. Still freaked out about that. Okay. I think we got our milk carton pretty much. I'll have to do a background for it, but I think I might just do something pretty simple like this. It's pretty nice, I think. Obviously, we need to figure out the names and everything, but that's not such a big deal. This one's here is pretty good with the gradients and the big shadow. And I'll have to crop it. Okay, this is 4, 5. I think I might do 1, 1. Just a square. Or even slightly vertical. Hello, Jesus. How you doing? Oh shit. I messed up and recropped it. Did it even change anything? No. Okay, so we're taking all of this and putting it in the group Arton. And I'm gonna add some soft light to it. Normal and soft light, yeah. Bean! No, stop that. No. You can't. He wants to bite the internet cable. He wants to destroy the stream. Throwing it on the last couple of weeks of school. Nice. Hope it's been going well. Bean, don't destroy the stream, please. He's telling me, go to bed now. It's late. And he is right. Bean. English class at school was when we read storybooks. What was that called in Spain? Read storybooks? Like as toddlers and like really young at really young ages. Hold on, gotta get that cable away from Bean. Criminal. Criminal. Oh, you're purring now. You think this is a reward. But no, you're in jail. You're in air jail. Because you have committed a crime against cabledom. You have nearly destroyed this entire stream. By destroying the Ethernet cable. That tethers it. Oh, my boy. You're too silly. I can't punish you. learn about writing and reading. I mean, that at that basic level, I don't know if the class has a name. Careful, careful. Don't do that, don't do that. At a higher level, when you're learning more, like the equivalent to English class in English speaking countries would be lengua, which is tongue, basically. Which is about learning your tongue, which is Spanish. Careful. I think that's what it's called in Spain. Or lengua y literatura. I think it's the full name, which is tongue and literature. I mean, you're going crazy. Don't scratch that. Speaking of house gremlin right now, yes. Yes, indeed. Bean again. Accepted to uni. Nice. Are you moving towns then? Oh, he found his hair tie. That's what he's going. That's why he's going insane. About 8 hours away. Man, going far. You ready for that big move? Bean. No cables. It's not a toy. It really is his favorite thing. Thankfully, I have toys that mimic cables like this. Gotta distract him for a minute till he forgets about where the cable he just found was. Like, he went under the bed to find a cable that was like tucked in there, so he couldn't find it. Little man. I'll be the first in the family to move out. I bet your parents are nervous about that. green. Okay, I'm gonna take the reds, make them a little bit more pink and a little bit less saturated. There we go. That's better. Didn't really care when you told them. I bet they're thinking about it though. You ran out of water, you heat up more, it will make so much noise. Oh, the classic nighttime conundrum. Anyway, how are we feeling about this? And this is still a little bit placeholdery because I'm gonna go and change everything in here, all the dates and stuff. Whenever we have fully figured out the timeline, so that we need to change, and I'm also change a few details. But as a general concept, I think I have it more or less figured out. An electric kettle is so nice until it's 3 AM and everyone's sleeping. I just use it. I know that my partner doesn't really hear it. Like, I'm streaming at night while people are sleeping, and I have repeatedly asked them if it annoys them, and they tell me they don't hear it because I don't speak super loud. And same for like electric kettles and that sort of thing. So I would just use it if I were you, Michi, and then in the morning, whenever you see people next, you ask them if they heard it, or if they heard something at night. It actually, you know, I was annoyed at first that the lighting fell on this side and not on this one. Because, you know, it would have been better to have the missing child photo be in the lights. But looking at it again, I do like it on the side because it kind of hides the non-important information like the phone number and stuff. Like, it's still there, it's still readable, right? But it focuses your eyes on the photo. Word in Spanish. Well, to go missing is desaparecer, or desaparecido in this case. Just disappear. Similar, same origin. Little edits here, but yeah, I think that's as much as we can do tonight here. So I think we shall leave it at that. Let me save that as a JPEG. Which, by the way, if you want to have work in progress versions of everything I do, I post those to the Patreon Discord, which is also a Twitch sub Discord. So if you have a Twitch sub, go to the FAQ and you can see how to join the Discord with your Twitch sub. And as long as you stay a sub, you'll be able to see the channel where I post my works in progress. And I post works in progress and stuff I do out of stream as well. Just a reminder, because I never think to remind people of that. Oh, googly eyes? Wait, we already had googly eyes, which I had hidden. But we can put some more. This time I'm a kid. So those googly eyes were pre-kid. Maybe the kid's name is just name. Different sizes too. It works. Yeah, both the carton and the kid are googly now. That is where we're gonna leave it for today. And I hope you enjoyed the stream. I certainly had fun making this. We will be back tomorrow with... Actually, I don't know what we'll do tomorrow. I have a few options. So... No cable biting. I have a few options. So I don't know yet what I'll do tomorrow, but we'll see. We'll see as we go. I'll keep that option open. In any case, tomorrow, if you want to know the hour or when I'm setting up, as usual, I'll post that on the Discord. And yeah, I think that's going to be all. Y'all, thank you so much for being here. And I will see you on the next one. Till then, take care.